Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Central Harbourfront Event Space, Hong Kong, China. Here on Bohemia Court for game number 46 of the second edition of the WBSC Baseball5 World Cup between Mexico and Venezuela. Representing the visiting team of Mexico are the starting players. Number 4, Omar Lopez. Number 20, Luis Bencomo. Number 1, Javier Santos. Number 25, Valeria Sarmiento. Number 26, Valeria Sanchez. And the rest of the players are number 12, Yair Ochoa. Number 57, Alexandra Frias. Number 2, Aurea Fernandez. The head coach, Orlando Valle Alvarez. And coach, Anabelia Vergara Sanchez. Representing the home team of Venezuela are the starting players. Number 13, Luis Marquez. Number 22, Humberto Molina. Number 9, Jocelyn Sosa. Number 21, Marvel Diaz. Number 5, Joelis Colina. And the rest of the players are number 10, Jose Alvarado. Number 14, Aleiber Martinez. Number 18, Genesis Gonzalez. The head coach, Giovaldo Zorrilla. And coach, Angel Delgado. The officials for this match are home plate official Brian Manieki from Kenya. First base official Ivana Dineva from Bulgaria. Second base official Eva Mo from Hong Kong, China. Third base official Tiger Zheng from Hong Kong, China. And table official Nurhaja Hamid from Malaysia.
各位女士、先生們，而家大會即將播放墨西哥國歌，請大家起立及肅立面向國旗，並隨舞致敬。Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Mexico. 請大家保持站立。而家即將播放委內瑞拉國歌，and the anthem of Venezuela。Please be seated. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Bauhinia Court as we get set to resume the Super Round. It is day 5 of the WBSC Baseball5 World Cup. Just 3 Super Round matches remain. The first one to be played this afternoon between Mexico and Venezuela. Mexico's the only team that's been eliminated from contention in terms of playing tomorrow. They won't be in the bronze medal game, nor will they be in the gold medal world championship. However, they are playing for pride and trying to win this all-Americas matchup against the Venezuela team that at 2-2 has a chance to still reach the finals despite the heartbreaker last night, the really close loss to Japan. It was 3 sets. It was an epic night of Baseball 5, and we're happy to have you with us for this final day. And a special treat for this game today as we welcome Dave Ho, the chairman of the Baseball Association of Hong Kong, China, to the broadcast. And Dave, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for hosting this event.
Great, thanks for having me. It's a delight. I hope everyone have a good time. I think we got a good start and looking forward to the few matches today and tomorrow.
Yeah, the job is not done yet for the players. The job is not done yet for the hosts, but it has been a fantastic tournament. You talk to everybody who's been involved, and person to person, nobody has anything but good things to say about the experience. And look at that play to start this game as Mexico is going to have the leadoff person reach. And Dave, so much to get to. Let's talk first about the Baseball Association of Hong Kong, China, because without your work and the work of the organization, this wouldn't be happening here at the Central Harbourfront event space. And as your role as chairman, you have a hand in everything. Tell us about what the Baseball Association of Hong Kong, China is focused on.
Well, thank you, Greg. First of all, it's a collaboration of a lot of different parties. First of all, I'd like to thank WBSC because we have a chance to talk to Mr. Fakari. Last time in Mexico, I was just chatting with him. Hey, what are you thinking? You know, what are the chances of having it in Asia and whatnot? And so after a few conversation, and we put in a bid, and luckily we won. And now, voila, we're right here. For Hong Kong Baseball Association of Hong Kong, China, I think it's important because I think Baseball 5 is a perfectly suited game for metropolitan city like Hong Kong. We don't have a lot of facilities. We don't have a lot of baseball field or diamonds. So that would be a game that perfectly fits what the city has to offer. And what better chance to showcase this in the heart of Hong Kong, right here in central of Hong Kong. So you get a view of the Victoria Harbor. You get a beautiful central business district of Hong Kong. And now, it's just amazing when you see all the teams here stepping onto the field. It's just amazing. It's just a dream come true.
As Mexico is going to get out of the top of the first inning without a run. Good work by Venezuela after allowing the leadoff hitter to reach. One thing I've noticed every night when the lights come on behind us, as you mentioned, the Central Business District, is what the players are looking at when they're in the batter's box. As soon as the game ends, there's great camaraderie between all the players, and they're taking photos together. Many of these, especially the younger players, have never traveled abroad before, and this is now their experience of traveling abroad. And what is it that makes this city so magical?
It's just amazing. I think if not for this tournament, as you said, many countries, many of the players would not have a chance to come in here. So that's why it is our role to make sure that we have the best services and also what we have to offer in terms of the game, in terms of the accommodations, in terms of site visits, where hopefully they have a really, really good experience in Hong Kong. And to me, from just looking at the happy faces, competition is top-notch, World Cup. But on the other hand, to see all the smiles on their face, it means all the world to all of us. And I just want to extend appreciation not only to BSC, but also to staff and also to our government, local government, to all our sponsors to make this happen.
Yeah, and the smiles that you mentioned, that is a hallmark of this tournament. Whether it's on the court, and with Japan's playing, they smile the entire game. A little more serious from some of the other teams, but it is really fun to see after the game that they're not just, shaking hands and then going their separate ways. They are truly forming friendships. And it's a part of Baseball 5 that I don't know folks anticipated, but it has truly become a part of the sport, that there's a great friendship bonding experience as part of the game, as we see our first run scored. Venezuela, in a must-win game, takes a 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the first inning. The speed the game is played is one of the special aspects of it. You're somebody who's been in the sports world for a very long time, not just the baseball world. When it comes to the game itself, what did you think the first time you saw Baseball 5 played on a World Cup level?
I thought this is truly a magical experience, because for newly emerged sports, to have the WBSC to sanction it, to be that organized and systematic, I think that it's important to have that united foundation that's good for growth. So hopefully we can build on it. And to see all the teams, it's not just about the competition itself. It's all about the experience, the happiness, especially because we're tailing towards different ages group, especially when you're for younger kids. To them, it's important not only to be athletic and to have fun. So this, I think, is a perfect game to promote in Hong Kong, especially here.
And it seems that that view is widely shared among the players and everybody involved. And you bring up a great point. The span of ages, sometimes on a team you'll have players as young as 15, even 16. You have players as old as 28, 29, 30 years old. Mexico is the youngest team in this event. And you bring it up at an excellent time, because the Mexico national team is, by the numbers, according to our media guide, is the youngest team. And here they are in the Super Round. It's not about having a team full of veterans. Even the young kids can play.
Especially for this tournament, I see a lot of familiar faces, because over the past years, you see there's lots of growth. In order to get to the finals, they have played the continental games, and you see that the games are actually really, really, really improved.
Yep.
And right now, what you see is the highest of all level, and you see that many familiar faces that they keep pushing hard, keep making this happen, keep sharing to the camaraderie. So that's why I think it's absolutely beautiful to see. You can actually see it growth right there in front of your eyes. So that's just amazing.
And again, I've heard that you're involved with basketball, you're involved with football or soccer to American fans. Which game, do you have a favorite, or are you just a sports person who loves to be around competitive sports?
Generally, I love sports, all sports. Growing up in Canada and also spending a lot of time in Hong Kong and in Hong Kong, China. It's different, because every sports, there's education to be learned. You're always promoting the youth. To me, it's all about our athletes. At the end of the day, they're really good athletes, and to see them excel at different levels. Some are team sports, some are individual sports. So what I hope to do is to share the experience, to make sure to nurture the youth, to make sure they know what the values are and what it needs to become the next level. So that's why I hope to become the good facilitators of all sports. That was the idea of it.
Oh, I love it, and I love to see what baseball is doing in Hong Kong, China, because we spent some time together this summer at the Women's Baseball World Cup. Hong Kong, China has a team at that event. Hong Kong has a team at the Baseball5 World Cup for the second time. And, you know, I saw your facilities last summer in the Baseball Women's Asia Cup. Do you feel that there's momentum for baseball growing in this city where historically it hasn't been one of the main games played?
Oh, definitely. And to host this World Cup, it's kind of like a landing party for people of Hong Kong, China, so that they know, hey, baseball, we can still promote in Hong Kong, and we can promote at the school level, at the community level, and you can see a lot of students, especially over the past week on the bleachers, because we have this community program with the Jockey Club Trust Funds. So what we're trying to do is that a lot of major events, they come here to celebrate, to generate a lot more travel and tourism. But for here, we look forward to have the kids here, to have the school here, to have the experiences, and then they can have a chance to see the world players play that in front of the eye. So that's why they learn the game, they see the gameplay at the highest of all level, and then there's also the field outside where they can engage to. So this is kind of, we hope to penetrate in the community after this event.
Well, you've done a great job setting the stage, and like you said, the kids have brought the atmosphere. The kids who, the Jockey Club, one of our great sponsors, have allowed to be here, spending part of their school day. And last night, as we were leaving the venue, the lights are down, but the court was still shining, and there was a game being played, which I think just shows how the future of this game is bright. So we certainly appreciate your time, Dave, and everything that you and the organization have done. I don't remember an event where everybody was so well taken care of. So you and your staff have done a great job, and we appreciate it. All of us from the WBSC and everybody in the baseball world, you have been a shining example of what Baseball5 can be. So enjoy the rest of the tournament, enjoy tomorrow's World Championship, and maybe enjoy a little bit of rest when it's done, because I know this has been a massive undertaking for you and your staff.
Thank you, Greg. Thanks for having me. Thank you.
So we're taking a break here on the first Super Round game of the day, and we will be back to pick it up in the second inning between Venezuela and Mexico in just a moment. Just like that, we're back underway with this first game of the Super Round today. This is game number 45 overall. No, 46 overall. We will play 46, 47, and 48 today. Our 3 remaining Super Round matchups. This one between Mexico and Venezuela, Chinese Taipei and Japan afterwards, and then France and Cuba under the lights tonight. And then tomorrow, just 2 games, the bronze medal game at 3 o'clock and the World Championship final at 6 p.m. local time. The brief delay that we just had was having to do with the rain that fell overnight and into this morning. This court was very wet this morning, and so we played over at the Asia's World City Court. That was a pretty easy change that everybody was able to make and happy to make, just so that we can play our remaining placement round games on time. And then everybody thought that this court had fully dried, but as you saw, there was just a little bit of extra work to do, and you got to give tons of credit to the court crew. It's different from baseball and softball in that you don't need a full grounds crew. You just need a few people who know how to work the tiles, and we have those people here in Hong Kong, China. And tip of the cap to everybody for keeping that delay as brief as possible. And Venezuela maintains a 1-0 lead as a top of the second goes scoreless for Mexico. Venezuela going to come up here, try and grow that lead. A leadoff hit from Marquez. Marquez making a bid to be on the all-world team. That'll be part of tomorrow night's closing ceremonies. We will reveal the all-world team as well as our MVP. There'll be a male and a female MVP announced. Briandy Molina, Briandy from Cuba, the reigning male MVP. Ayako Rokaku, the Japanese ambassador for the game, is the reigning female MVP. They're both in contention, no doubt. And we'll see what our officials decide. Again, that closing ceremony will be after tomorrow night's World Championship final. And already a hot topic of debate, putting together the 5-person all-star team. Those 5 all-stars MVP from each gender in this required mixed gender sport. Venezuela, with a win today, would improve to 3-2. That would be their final mark in the Super Round standings. As the standings look right now, Cuba's 4-0, Japan 3-1, France and Venezuela 3-2, Chinese Taipei 1-3, and Mexico 0-4. I think the most important game as far as the standings are concerned is the one that follows this one between Chinese Taipei and Japan, as Mexico makes a nice play to get out at the bottom of the second inning. However, Venezuela adds 2 runs and enjoys a 3-0 lead after 2 complete. Only 30 seconds between innings. Right back at it, starting the third. And our thanks again to Dave Ho, the chairman of the Baseball Association of Hong Kong, China, first for joining us for the broadcast here today, but also for the efforts of him personally, his team. It has been a massive undertaking over the past few months to get the city ready to host a World Cup event in the baseball softball universe for the first time ever. And in classic Dave Ho fashion, he was very quick to deflect the compliments to his team, his staff. And he wouldn't even let me call it his staff, the staff of the Baseball Association of Hong Kong, China. A team effort in this sport that is so rooted in support and mutual work. Dave, just a absolute joy to be around. I think him sitting down here with us in the booth was the first time I've seen him sit down in the 5 days that we've been here. I'm telling you, the guy is always on the go. And speaking of on the go, Mexico has something working here. Runners at every base and just 1 out in the top of the third inning. Ball hit right side. That's going to score 1. Will it score 2? Throw home to hold the runner, and here comes a Mexico charge in the middle innings. Top of the third, 1 out, bases still loaded, 1 run across. Perfectly placed ball. Valeria Sarmiento with the RBI. And now Valeria Sanchez. Up the middle. Out at second, on to first, double play. And that's the twist that Venezuela needed in the top of the third inning to minimize the damage. Looked as if Mexico was on the verge of tying it up. It's actually a blessing for Venezuela that the middle infielder wasn't able to play that ball cleanly, allowed it to get through. And once it got through on the second base bag, the double play all but inevitable. Look at Brian Maniecki, who is as accomplished as any official in the Baseball5 world. The home plate umpire, or official in this game, is sort of the de facto crew chief. Everything runs through the home plate official. And so no surprise to see Brian there for this first Super Round match of Day 5. Brian from Kenya. He's been a part of this sport since the very beginning. He was there in Mexico City. Really kind of emerged as one of the top officials in the Baseball5 world. Not to mention the swag. It's kind of everything that Baseball5 is all about. be hard-pressed to say that about officials in other sports. They usually don't get a lot of love. But in this sport, everybody appreciates the work the officials do. They're an integral part of the game. You just don't hear people saying, oh, we love the umpires in baseball or softball. But you do hear that from the players and the coaches, everybody, about the officials in Baseball 5. As Mexico's defense is able to tighten up and hold Venezuela to just 1 run in the third. But into the fourth we go in the first set in a best of 3. Venezuela leads Mexico. Steady as she goes for Venezuela. A run in each inning, 2 in the second. Omar Lopez, the leadoff batter for Mexico. He's found a spot he likes over there by the shortstop position. Marquez, as good as anyone in this tournament, as playing the ball off the wall from short, getting the out at first. Unable to make the play there, but a chance here. Flip to second, and they cut down the lead runner. Mexico's offense, even though they've been held to just 1 run so far today, they look more alive than they have at times throughout this tournament. Runs have been the issue. The defense has not been an issue for Mexico. A really solid defensive team. They just have struggled to score. Not the case today. I guess just 1 run through the 4 innings. A lot of traffic on the base paths. Now it's time to cash it in. A bunt, a throw to first, and the side retired. Again, Mexico leaves the bases not full, but 5 in the last 2 innings. Bases loaded, second and third here. They just haven't been able to deliver that crucial hit. They had Aria Fernandez pinch hitting there. She couldn't find a spot. I do like the idea, change it up, go to the bunt. Diving stop. What are we telling you about this Mexico defense? They are sharp. Good stretch from first. That's Sarmiento at first. Run down third base side, and the tag for the out. Another one. Double play, both outs at third base. A thrilling play to end the 4th and keep Mexico in range for a 5th inning comeback. Almost for Yoselin Sosa, but she couldn't sidestep the tag. Applied to the hip. Again, 5 runners left on base in the last 2 innings for Mexico. The foot traffic has been there. Ready to begin. Basically begging for the ball, Luis Bencomo. Had to wait the 30 seconds between innings, and now he starts with the ball driven up the middle, safe at first. And there's a run. Mexico, without an out, has cut the deficit to 2. Blink and you'll miss it in Baseball 5. Great speed. Bencomo winds up on third. Very good chance that Santos could bring him home, but a conversation now between officials. Just to make sure everybody's set properly. Javier Santos hits it to short, and jogging down the third base line to make it a 4-3 game is Bencomo. Sarmiento in the center of the batter's box. Hits it hard, off the wall, directly off the wall, and that's out number 2. Great read by Luis Marquez. Got out of the way. I wondered why he wasn't playing it off the wall, and there you see why. Now this could end it. Over to first, Sosa to the ground. And that will end the opening set. A nail biter. Mexico leaves 5 on in the 3rd and 4th, and then manages to score 2 in the 5th, but that outstanding play at first by Sosa secures the victory. What a set to start it off. We'll take 90 seconds, come back with set 2. Venezuela looking to win in straight sets and improve to 3-2 in the Super Round standings.
Don't let that road be a chance, the shit you miss. We fucking road boys will. Get out my face, you pour them off, goddamn, too much flex. Damn, call them in traffic on the accident press. Got them, smoking as I had this second, not be stressed. The team trying to be the bucket on the stretcher. Do that, they wipe their nose, but they wish the God bless it. I dropped the ball, cause my car, that shit is well drink. I'm the huncho, bitch, I'm not myself. You know how keep going outside, it'll get you better. She want me to hit it, put my pinky on the dresser. You got no mercy, you can't stand up in my face. I said, man, we should be, they keep you messy. Bitch, fuck my dog behind my back, but I ain't stressed. You wanted the game, you should've just said it, you ain't blessed. Now she got messy, smoking exotic shit, what an exotic bitch. You don't bring it down, turn up bodies with me. Got plans on the table, I'm like, who bodies is? These bitch got plans to get, I'm like, who y'all heard of? Let go to the chance, but she's the best. You can fucking work down here. You got my sex, let go of the rest. Goddamn, too much flex. Damn, call them in traffic on the African stress. Smoking as I had the second, not the stress.
That's all it takes to turn it around and get the next set started. Mexico too little too late on the offensive front. And a leadoff out. Sosa over at first base. Taking a hard throw from Marquez. And a foot violation to end that brief trip.
Working on the weekend like usual. Way out in the deep end like usual.
Here's a hard ball up the middle.
Javier
Santos gets on base safely. Mexico won't be playing tomorrow. Venezuela will. Will it be for gold? Will it be for bronze? We will know by tonight at about 8 o'clock. Right side ends the inning. Ground ball to third. Venezuela got off to a fast start, scored a run in the first inning of the first set. See if they can do that same thing here. And Marquez, the leader of this team. Marquez, kind of a softer ball than we're used to seeing him hit. That one was just a bunt to move the runners over. We're also not used to seeing him bat third in the lineup. He usually bats leadoff. And now Yoselin Sosa, who day one, you know, not somebody that a lot of people had on their radar, but she has emerged as, in my opinion, one of the best players at this tournament, male or female. Yoselin Sosa on the younger side too. Really solid hitter, great fielder. Just seems like good things happen when she's around the ball on offense or defense. Now Marbel Diaz with a hard ball, scoring a run. She's out, but she brings in the second Venezuela run of the first inning. Good one up the middle. Is Venezuela going to try? Sosa thinking about it, but she'll stop at third. Great start in this first inning for a Venezuela team that's on its way, it appears, to a 3-2 record in the Super Round. Wow, you hear the oohs and ahs from the crowd. Getting treated to a real show by the Venezuela offense. Marquez coming home, the throw. The throw got there, but no tag, and this is the kind of busted loose offense we expected from Venezuela in the first set. We didn't get it. We're getting it now. See Mexico, the spirits are staying up, but the chances of making this into a 3-set game continuing to dwindle. Bottom of the first inning that just can't end for Mexico finally does. The underhand flip and a 6-0 hole they'll have to try and claw their way out of. Against this Venezuela defense, that is no easy task. At the backdrop to this Baseball5 World Cup in Hong Kong, Asia's world city, Hong Kong, China. Maybe you noticed it, maybe not. The branding of this event is top notch. In the corners of foul ground, the red area is a little bit of a skyline outline. Really cool. That ball put in play right side. Blasted up the middle, not caught cleanly, but 2 outs all the same. Hot shot. Now a diving pickup, and Sosa takes it on the hop. 1-2-3 goes Mexico in the top of the second. Marquez reading the defense, looking to first, did not clear the line, the no-hit line. The bunt attempt doesn't work. Oh no, he left the box early. It did clear the line, but Brian Maniecki always makes a clear signal if he calls somebody out at the plate why they didn't get to go to on base. That was a very clear signal that it wasn't Marquez not clearing the line, but you've got to wait for that ball to make its first bounce before you get going. Now hit on the right side, gonna rattle around, coming home. Venezuela goes up 7-love. Blasted up the middle. Mexico looking for a call that It hit a base runner. Not going to get it. Everybody's safe. Bases loaded setup. 6 runs in the first. Coming home. Nice play. And to third. Good job to sneak that foot in there by Albert Martinez. That's Sosa scoring easily. Hard hit. 1 run in. Throw to second. And that'll be the out that ends the inning. Did the run score? I think it did. That'd make it 10-0 Venezuela after 2. Long way to go for Mexico. Really good start. Javier Santos on first base. And here we go, 2 on, nobody out. No time like the present. Get things rolling as Alexandra Frias is going to pitch it. Frias in place of Sanchez. Off the arm of Marquez. Big mental mistake there. You never see that. It would have been the last out of the inning if it had just sailed out of play, but because Marquez touched it, you see him clapping his hands together in a little bit of frustration because he touched it. Play continues with runners on first and second. You know, you play baseball your whole life, it's hard to curb your instincts. That'll end the inning. Bottom 3 done. Still 10-0 Venezuela. Sosa's out at first. Venezuela, though, with a 10-run lead, could end this game in the top of the 4th if they're able to keep Mexico from scoring. And now we're getting closer and closer to our early evening matchup between Chinese Taipei and Japan. That one's starting in a little bit more than a half an hour. Knocked down, bounce towards first. 2 outs, something coming together for Venezuela. There is Luis Marquez. So now Sosa with the bases loaded could really make it tough for Mexico to come back. And left the box early, so none of those runs will score. And instead, we'll go to the 4th. If Venezuela can shut out Mexico, it will be over after the top of the 4th. Good start for Mexico. All they need is 1. And we'll go at least into the bottom half of the 4th inning. Wouldn't guarantee that we get to the 5th because, again, if Venezuela is ahead by 10 or more after Mexico is hit 4 times, then it's game over. Nice little bunt play there by Sarmiento to move the runner. Really beautiful day here at the Central Harbourfront event space. Flipped, and that's what we're looking at now for Mexico. 2 outs and a runner on 3rd. A hit here, and we will end up at some point getting to the bottom of the 4th and out here. And this game is over, and so is Mexico's tournament. What do you got? Yahir Ochoa looks around the field, puts it in play. Marquez to first, and we will get at least to the bottom of the 4th as Mexico's on the board and Venezuela's lead is 9. How about that effort? Marquez ripping it across. And that's the out that ends the inning as Aurea Fernandez did not clear the line. But hey, Mexico did their job to extend the game. Can Venezuela walk it off with a run in the bottom of the 4th? Diaz to second, and looked like it was going to be a fairly routine play, but she winds up reaching safely. That could be big in terms of ending this game in the 4th. Albert Martinez keeps them moving. And it doesn't look like Mexico is going to be able to stop Venezuela here. One more hit, all it's going to take to end this game. Not even a hit. Just get that runner home from 3rd. Instead, almost a double play. That would have been awesome for Mexico. Great catch. That was a hard hit ball. And good base running by Diaz. Barely getting back on safely. Now it's Sosa, right side, infield in, throw home. They get the out. Mexico will not quit. I think that's two of the best defensive plays we've seen from this team today. Back to back. One last crack for Venezuela to walk it off in the fourth. Otherwise, we head to the fifth. It's Marbel Diaz to second, and let's go to the fifth inning. Good job by Mexico to get there with the score 10-1. One out, Venezuela, 2 outs. No, sorry, they called him safe at first. Gotta love what you're seeing from Mexico, the youngest team in the tournament, continuing to fight. I think a great example of what I was talking about with Dave Ho, who again we thank for joining us at the top of the broadcast in this super round matchup, is that it doesn't really matter. Age isn't really a factor in this tournament. You have the youngest team in the tournament and the oldest team in the tournament, both in the super round. And look at this, Venezuela cannot get an out in the 5th inning. Japan, the oldest team in the tournament, Mexico, the youngest. Both among the last 6. There's a double play on to first. Run's gonna score on a tag up, sac fly play, sac line drive, really. That double play puts Mexico up against it. It's Fernandez, and the game will go on. Another bobble, but the out at the plate will end the game. Congratulations to Venezuela, moving on with a 3-2 record. Mexico's tournament ends with a 0-5 showing in the super round with 3 wins overall. And for the youngest team here, just to have reached the super round, a great accomplishment. They finished in 5th place in Mexico City. They will finish in 6th place this year, so clearly maintaining their status as a top Baseball 5 nation. A fun one to start the final day of the super round. We'll be back with Chinese Taipei and Japan in a half an hour. It's a 5:30 start time. Don't be late.
Representing the home team of Venezuela are the starting players. Number 13, Luis Marquez. The officials for this match are
Forming friendships, and it's a part of Baseball 5 that I don't know folks anticipated, but it has truly become a part of the sport, that there's a great friendship bonding experience as part of the game, as we see our first topic of debate, putting together the 5-person all-star team. There's 5 all-stars and an MVP from each gender in this required mixed gender sport. Good things happen when she's around the ball, on offense or defense. Now Marbel Diaz with a hard ball, scoring a run. She's out, but she brings in the second Venezuela run of the first inning. Coming home, nice play, and to third. Good job to sneak that foot in there by a top Baseball 5 nation. A fun one to start the final day of the Super Round. We'll be back with Chinese Taipei and Japan in a half an hour. It's a
This is
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Central Harbourfront Event Space, Hong Kong, China. Here on Bohemia Court, on game number 47 of the second edition of the WBSC Baseball5 WorldCup between Chinese Taipei and Japan. Representing the visiting team of Chinese Taipei of the starting players, number 56, Li Chenxun. Number 1, Xi Yilei. Number 42, Xu Jun. Number 47, Xi Jinhua. Number 6, Xu Yilei. And the rest of the players are number 17, Yu Hua. Number 7, Zhou Yuyun. Number 5, Hao Jiaji. And the head coach, Yang Yishan. And coach Li Houyi. Representing the home team of Japan are the starting players. Number 35, Taichi Motoki. Number 8, Takuya Shima. Number 36, Ayano Rokaku. Number 6, Harukoma Ichi. Number 1, Ayano Kasuka. And the rest of the players are number 5, Shin Mikaku. Number 0, Miho Ashima. Number 17, Miko Taraki. And the head coach, Nakahami Mitsuki. And coach, Wakamatsu Kenta. The officials of this match are home plate official, Alicia Ciccone from Italy. First place official, Tony Jones from United States. Second place official, Inoki Nibaliku from Fiji. First base official, Hong Hua-jun from Hong Kong, China. Table official, Harry Chen from Hong Kong, China. 各位女士先生們，而家大會即將播放中華台北會歌，請大家起立及肅立，面向會旗並隨舞致敬。Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the anthem of Chinese Taipei. 請大家保持站立。而家即將播放嘅係日本國歌《And the Anthem of Japan》。 immediate thank you.
Good evening and welcome back to Bauhinia Court at the Central Harbourfront event space in Hong Kong, China. Chinese Taipei and Japan playing our second super round game of the day. And this one is huge. Chinese Taipei needs a win to have any hope of playing tomorrow for a bronze medal. And Japan with a win can punch a ticket to a World Championship rematch with Cuba. Both teams with so much to play for. It will be fun to see how this game plays out. Craig Durham, happy to have you with me. Japan, they almost did it last night. Something that nobody has done yet at a Baseball5 World Cup, and that is beat Cuba. They did accomplish something that nobody's done before, and that's win a set from Cuba. They won the first set. Cuba came back, won the second and third to ultimately win the game. A look at our international officiating crew, Alessius Ciccone from Italy with the home plate assignment, and officials from Hong Kong, Fiji, and the United States around the diamond. And without any delay, we begin right on time. And a leadoff single for Chinese Taipei. Li Cheng-shun, the leadoff batter. Shi Yu-ying, the shortstop for the Chinese Taipei women's national baseball team, and a really solid Baseball5 player, almost beats it out on the bunt. Japan's first look was to second, but she retired at first. A look at Ayako Rokaku for Japan, one of the stars of Baseball5. Now it's Chu Chun surveying the field. And hitting it hard on the left side. Out at first and advanced by the runner. Look at the formation by Japan. Everybody was in the exact right place. Somebody on third to catch the throw. Somebody behind the third base bag in case of an overthrow. And somebody covering home plate. Here's Shi Chi-ting-hua. Safe at first means Chinese Taipei takes a 1-0 lead. Big time play right there. And sometimes that bobble is the difference maker. You have to be nearly perfect as a defender in Baseball5, or else you risk that. And now a slow roller to short. Play made at first in time. 1-0 Chinese Taipei, as Japan will come up in the bottom of the first. In order for Chinese Taipei to play tomorrow for a bronze, they will need to win and they'll need some help. Step one is in their control. Step two, well, that's the whole point of help. It's not really within your control. Leading off for Japan, Taichi Moroiki. We saw him come off the bench as a pinch hitter last night in the game against Cuba. He was crucial in the comeback. And he leads off here with a base hit. That comeback in the first set, Japan winning the first set. That was all. And out at second base, Moroiki forced out on the Takuya Shima ball up the middle. Or sorry, to the shortstop position. Ayako Rokaku now. Usually bats second, we see her batting third. But she hits it hard, right side, snared, out at first. Runner on second, nobody out. Japan sits behind Cuba in the standings, 3-1. Cuba's 4-0, they're into the World Championship. Venezuela, 3-2 after beating Mexico. smash up the middle here. A throw home. A tag, not in time, so Japan ties it up. Great ball up the middle. Two and two, France plays undefeated Cuba in the nightcap tonight. That game starting at 7 o'clock local time. And then you have the Chinese Taipei team at 1 and 3. Looking to improve to 2 and 3 with a win here, but they're about to fall behind in the first inning. Japan takes a 2-1 lead. Motoiki began this inning with a hit, the table setter. And he'll have his second hit of the inning. He and Tsuji have been big players for Japan. Diving effort up the middle, and now a throw home, bounces away. Japan off to a very fast start. 3 runs in the first inning. Shi Yu-ying with the hard throw. And Rokaku with her second turn of the first. Nice crowd on this Friday evening. I would expect another big crowd tomorrow. Rokaku blasting it up the middle. That is not really her game. Showing she can play that game too, though. I think she caught everybody a little bit off guard. Rokaku been making a living on the right side this week, and Chinese Taipei going to take its time out. This is the team that played for the bronze medals last time and won the bronze medals last time. Just not able to get things sorted out in the first inning. After grabbing a 1-0 lead, you thought, okay, Chinese Taipei doing exactly what they need to do, but this is a Japan offense roaring like we haven't seen this week. Foul ball. Takuya, or rather Tsuji, makes the out that ends the inning. So after one, 5-1 Japan. Had to be a deflating feeling coming out of that first inning down by 4 after the fast start, and that can't feel too good either if you're Chinese Taipei seeing that diving play made. It's just something about this Japan team. They haven't exactly been high on the wow factor at this tournament. It's more the slow and steady presence, where they just continue to do what needs to be done as she lines out there. Go to the top of the second with 2 outs. And a ground ball left side on the first. That'll do it. 5-1 Japan as they come up in the bottom of the second. This is game number 5 of 6 today, day 5 of the Baseball 5 World Cup. The first 3 games today to close out the placement round. Nice play, working it around the infield. The first game this morning, Lithuania beat Australia in straight sets, 10-3, 7-zip. Congratulations to Lithuania finishing the tournament 4-1 in the super round, 4-4 overall. Tunisia beat Hong Kong 5-4, 10-4. You see the crowd reacting to that play right there, the big smiles. As Motoiki stumbled, rolled, and still found his way aboard. Now to Kuyashima. Good play off the wall to get the lead runner. Oh no. There was a violation in the batter's box. Alessia Ciccone calling the football. So still same result. 2 outs, runner on first. Just a different runner on first for Rokaku. Again, she goes up the middle. Out of play, and there is no advance like baseball. You don't get a ground rule double if it goes out of play. Another ball up the middle. Nice get for the out that ends the inning. Almost a full split at second base by Xie Yu Ying. Limber on day 5 of the Baseball 5 World Cup. The last placement round game that was played this morning between South Africa and China was a really good one. China beat South Africa 5-0 and then 6-5 in a really close second set. That 6-5 win was a walk-off win. So China, Tunisia, and Lithuania all winning today, all finishing the super round 4-1, which means they were all 4-4 overall in this World Cup competition. The placement 7 through 9 for those 3 teams that are tied with similar records will be determined by the TQB tiebreak format. Those official calculations will be made and released tomorrow. By my calculations, it looks like Tunisia has a slight edge to finish 7th, with Lithuania 8th and China 9th. So for Lithuania, that would be a jump up. They finished the last World Cup in 11th place. For Tunisia, it would be a drop down. They finished 6th. They made it to the super round in Mexico City, but they'll be down to 7th. And China, a really good story, debuting at this World Cup. And not so bad, finishing 9th place in your first ever Baseball 5 World Cup. You know, more wins than the 6th place team, Mexico. Something doing here for Chinese Taipei. Runners on the corners, just 1 out. Xie Yu Ying. She'll go to short. And it was a line drive caught. That's twice that she's lined out. You want to hammer that ball into the ground, but obviously in front of that light gray no-hit zone, beyond that light gray no-hit zone. Will Chinese Taipei get one on the board? We'll find out. Chu Chun. Right side off the wall. Rokaku, that nice play to second. And Chinese Taipei leaves 2 runners aboard in their half of the third. We're halfway through this 5-inning first set. Japan leads 5-1. You caught a glimpse of the Cuban national team hanging out behind the Japan dugout. As Yano Kazuda is out at first base. Maybe Cuba doing some up-close and personal scouting against Japan, their likeliest opponent in the World Championship. I mean, they couldn't be more in the dugout. If they were any closer, they'd be part of the team. Bit of a language barrier, so I don't know that there are many folks on the Cuba team, if any, who can understand Japanese, so it's not like they're sitting there to hear the strategy. But you know, you gotta get as close to your opponent as you can. What is the old expression? Keep your friends close, your enemies closer. Safe at second, and I mean enemies in the friendliest term, because there aren't any enemies in Baseball 5. It's one of the beauties of the game is how cordial and beyond cordial, friendly and truly friendly the teams are with one another. After the Cuba-Mexico game last night, the second it ended, all the players just started hanging out together for about a half an hour, taking pictures in front of the night sky in Hong Kong, China. Really magical to see how these relationships are real. They're not just, okay, we're competitors, we'll shake hands for the picture and see you later. No, they're friends. But when it comes down to the World Championship tomorrow night, that friendship might be put on hold for an hour or so. Good ball. It's going to score another run for Japan. 6-1 in the bottom of the third. Obviously, this Japan team and the Cuba team know each other well, having played 3 times now in World Cup competition. They played twice at the 2022 edition in Mexico City. Cuba winning in straight sets both times, and then last night, or rather 2 nights ago. I don't know, it might have been last night. The days do run together. No, it was 2 nights ago. Japan taking a set from Cuba, but only 1. Nice play. Line drive caught. So, in 3 games between Cuba and Japan, they've played a total of 7 sets. Cuba's won 6 out of 7. But Japan's got the newfound confidence of knowing that they can win a set. And if you can win 1, you can win 2. So we'll see how tomorrow night plays out, if Japan's able to hold this lead through this set and back it up with another win on this last night of the Super Round. Off the wall, but off target with the throw to first. It's a beautiful evening, just like the prettiest night you could have here in Hong Kong, with the sunset skies and the big crowd on a Friday. I noticed the Harbourfront was busier, and that's the Friday crowd spilling in to see what all the fuss is about here. Baseball 5 has not been seen by many folks the world over in person. This is just the 2nd ever senior level Baseball 5 World Cup. There's only been 1 Youth Baseball 5 World Cup. That was last year in Turkey. The next one will be next year in Mexico. Shi Yu-Ying on the ground, and the throw to first in time for the out that ends the top of the 4th inning. So all of a sudden, Chinese Taipei down to its last 3 outs, and they'll try to keep Japan from adding on to a 5-run lead. So here it is, the insurance opportunity for Japan. 6 runs through the first 3 innings and another leadoff hit, and a revelation atop the order in Taichi Motoiki. Takuyashima batting second. Right side, off the wall, on to second for the force out. Up the middle, the Rukaku of tonight going up the middle. Two outs, left side, fair ball. 6-1. It's not essential that Japan get any insurance, and they won't. Yano Kazuda lining out, and so the number is 5. That's what Chinese Taipei needs to come back and tie it up in the 5th inning. Five runs in the first. That's the entire difference here. A tie game ever since. That's how evenly matched these teams are. If you just get one big inning, you can sort of let it get away from you. Still smiles on the face of the Chinese Taipei players, including Chu Chun, who leads off with a ground ball to short that's bobbled, allowing the leadoff man to reach. Shi Chi-Ting-Hua due up here. And he'll bat with the one-out runner, the no-out runners rather. Oh, just a little bit of hitballing around the infield. Off one to another through the legs. Pretty cool play right there. And just if you put yourself in the right position, good things tend to happen. Chu Yi-ling up the middle, lead runner out at second, and Chinese Taipei down to the last out in the top of the 5th. Pinch hitting is Tu Yu Hao. He grounds it to short, and the force out at second ends the first set. Outstanding work by Japan. They score 5 in the first and back it up with their signature great defense. And they are one set away from securing a rematch in the World Championship Final.
Bitch, watch your mouth. Bitch, stay in your place. Bitch, get out the way. My bitch on your ass, okay? No disrespect. You niggas be tripping, but we love that. Swapping like house on my bitch. I bought her the line and she bought me the race. Practice make perfect. Nigga, it's never too late. I see this out of the state. Then I see the bills up out of the bank. So I'm in the media fake. Try to be in the straight. I'm not gonna buy on the bank. Sipping on toxic waste. On the low with your bitch in this grave. Mask on the face. My shit just set me in shape. If I go broke, she gon' leave, escape. I be too little to say, just in case. Go with my way. I can't gotta have my rap just me. It's selfish. Oh, I took the crap out the king like my Elvis. Oh, the world is wide, you died, no lie, no hell. Oh, just when they beat up the drip, you cannot help. Strap the street to a cut out by the beach. Niggas talk to y'all tweets. They don't want it cause I
And we're underway again. Chinese Taipei will need to get off to a better start here in the first inning. They got off to what appeared to be a pretty good start in the first inning of set 1. They scored a run, but then Japan answered with 5, and that was pretty much all she wrote. And that's short of the line from Shi Yu-ying. So ruled out, which will send the runner back to first. Another few centimeters, and that would have been a great play. Look at the no-look ball, but just not quite enough mustard. And now ball blasted on the left side. What a bounce. Comes right to Ojima. Well, it wasn't just the bounce, it was the Rokaku play of the bounce to get it to Ojima. And another opportunity for Rokaku. Throws kind of a changeup over to first, and that's going to allow a run to score. She didn't really step into that throw. I don't know if she thought she caught it on a fly. Kind of an uncharacteristic mistake from Japan's captain and former coach. And so just like in set 1, Chinese Taipei pushes a run across in the top half of the first inning. Here comes Cao Chu-yi. Rokaku holds on, doesn't attempt to throw it. This is where Chinese Taipei needs to make a move. Need more than one, not gonna happen. Nice catch by Kazuda. Japan coming up in the bottom of the first, trailing 1-0. Shun Mikami moves into the leadoff spot. Taichi Motoiki, who led off the first set, drops down to the 4th slot in the order. Rokaku will bat next, then Kazuda. Oshima bats 5th. A different look to the lineup. One of the innovations, one of the changes from the last Baseball 5 World Cup to this one is that if you play 3 of a certain gender in the first game, you have to play it 3 of the opposite gender in the second. It's a really cool innovation, just uses your entire roster that way. So Japan, for example, started 3 men and 2 women last set. They start 3 women and 2 men as a result this set. And there's the first out, but one that Rokaku was happy, or rather Kazuda was happy to offer up to Chinese Taipei in order to move the runners to 2nd and 3rd. And now it's Motoiki, kind of the X factor for Japan. He and Oshima. Hits it hard, off the wall. His placement these last 2 days has been as good as anybody's this tournament. 1-1 was not a long-held lead for Chinese Taipei. There's the bunt to advance the runner. The runner from first anyway. Rokaku stayed at 3rd. Big moment already. Bottom of the first, 2 in scoring position. The batter, Shun Mikami, he led off with a hit. Starts up the gut of the batter's box, hits to short. Oh, the throw to first. was dropped. And then an out at second. Will that run score? Well, no. They called her out at first. Held it long enough, in the opinion of Tony Jones. So the out at first, no runs. And we will be tied at 1 after 1. Baseball Association of Hong Kong, China, the hosts, the organizers of this second ever Baseball5 World Cup. They, along with the sponsors who have backed it, have just done a fantastic job putting on a world-class event at the Central Harbourfront event space in front of the monstrous skyscrapers in the Central Business District of Hong Kong. We're kind of sandwiched right in between the Central Business District and Victoria Harbor. It is an incredible sight. And now a line drive to second. It went off the hand, the fingertips of Oshima before it hit the wall. That's why the runner's safe at first, even though the ball made contact with the wall before it hit the court. Left side, leaping throw. It goes wildly out of play. And Chinese Taipei gonna have runners on second and third with 1 out, looking to reclaim the lead. They led briefly 1-0 in the first before Japan came back, tied it up. I think Japan just took its time out. Another innovation, one of the changes from the last World Cup to this one, is that each team gets 1 timeout per set. It's a 30-second opportunity to regroup, and it's been interesting to watch how different teams employ the timeout. Japan seems to go to it when things go awry. I mean, you don't usually see a team take a timeout when things are going well, but after a very unusual play where a bad throw sent the ball off the court, allowing an extra base for the runners, that's the time where they get together and talk it over. Time to regroup and strategize, and a great ball will score 1. Chinese Taipei jumps back on top. Cao Chia-Yi. Big time hit right there for Chinese Taipei. First and third with 1 out. Now on the left side, off the wall. Out the call at second. That was really close. It always is. I mean, that goes without saying. That one closer than most. Let's see now. The runner has not left second base. And the officials are going to get together and talk it over. I mean, Cao was so sure that she was safe. She refuses to leave the base. And the officials huddling close together. They want to make sure they get the call right. Something we've seen more of at this second Baseball5 World Cup than we do it in the first. We'll see if the call is changed. The runner's safe. So it's first and second. Run coming in on the play. A big inning building for Chinese Taipei. Alessia Ciccone, you see sporting the bandage on her elbow. She went flying through the air a few days ago. A collision with a Cuba player near home plate. And there's a near collision at second base, narrowly avoided by Rokaku. We've had some heavy contact, and I think it's going to turn into quite the highlight reel. The WBSC media team working on a video compiling the biggest collisions of the tournament. That one's not going to make the cut. And of course, had anybody been seriously injured, we wouldn't be making that highlight reel. But these players so tough that everybody's bounced right back up. That force out at first ends the inning. Chinese Taipei is on the board with the lead again. A 3-1 lead after an inning and a half in the second set. What is the last super round game for these two teams? A Japan win in this set, and they're on to the World Championship final tomorrow night against Cuba. A Chinese Taipei win, and they can hope for a miracle and be playing for bronze for a second consecutive World Cup. Nice grab up the middle there. Rokaku, who last night sent, I'd say, at least 80% of her balls to the right side, has been drilling it up the middle in this game, and an out called at home plate on a foot violation. Ayano Kazuda left the batter's box. Good job backing up the newfound 3-1 lead for Chinese Taipei. Throw to first. And a 1-2-3 three-ball inning. Japan down by 2. Chinese Taipei coming up, looking to build on this lead. Talking with my partner Kenneth Chu yesterday, we were watching history be written when Japan beat Cuba. History written in the sense that Cuba had never lost a set in a World Cup. Cuba went on to win the game, but they lost a set. Kenneth and I joking that the history book in Baseball 5 is more like a pamphlet at this point, and it's true. In a discipline that's only 7 years old officially, there isn't a ton of history. That's one way to look at it. Of course, you could also say that every single play is writing a little piece of history, but that was certainly something to see Cuba lose a set for the first time. They had been challenged the 2 nights prior, first by Venezuela, then by Chinese Taipei. But they won both of those games in straight sets. 3 of the 4 sets they won by 1 run against Chinese Taipei and Venezuela. And Japan went on and actually beat them. Cuba, of course, bounced back and won the game. But the history books maybe will add a second or a third page as we get to next year's Youth Baseball 5 World Cup, which is to be played in Mexico. And it'll be the first World Cup to include 16 nations, not just 12. Both senior level Baseball 5 World Cups and the Youth World Cup played last year in Turkey, featuring 12 teams. And there's 3 outs in the top of the third very quickly, so Chinese Taipei doesn't add on to the lead. But 16 teams will be at next year's Youth World Cup, and then 16 teams will be at the next senior level World Cup in 2026 in Italy. It's just been announced, hosting that event. And then, of course, Baseball 5 will make its Olympic debut in 2026 in Dakar in West Africa. First time Baseball 5 will appear on an Olympic program. It's the Youth Olympic Games taking place in 2026. And a nice play there for the first out of the inning. That is the drop ball that Oshima likes to try and drop in. But a lot of excitement surrounding Baseball 5's Olympic debut in Dakar, Senegal in 2026 at the Youth Olympic Games. And something noteworthy is that those Youth Olympic Games have been slimmed down from their original planned program. One of the sports that was not taken out, one of the ones that made the cut, Baseball 5. And we've had folks from Dakar here throughout the week scouting this event, taking notes, taking pictures, taking videos, and making sure that when Baseball 5 debuts as an Olympic discipline, just 9 years after its launch in 2017, things go off without a hitch. Nice play across the diamond to get Kazuda. And Chinese Taipei holds Japan off the scoreboard in the bottom of the third. So look out. Japan being tested here, going into the late innings of the second set. Chinese Taipei leads 3-1. Alessia Ciccone bouncing the ball into the batter's box. And on we go. Only 30 seconds between innings, part of what keeps Baseball 5 played at a nice snappy pace. And when the players hustle into the batter's box, like we just saw Chu Yi Ling do, that doesn't hurt either. Right side, out at second. The Japan fans cheering on that play. We told you that Cuba's here watching the game from the stands behind the Japan dugout. Basically in the Japan dugout, not literally, but front row seats right behind it, doing some advanced scouting for their likeliest world championship opponent. Have not seen France here tonight. France warming up over at the Asia's World City Court ahead of their matchup with Cuba, which is scheduled to begin in less than an hour. 7 o'clock local time. That'll be the final game of the Super Round. France, the last team to get a crack at Cuba before the World Championship. It'll be interesting to see if Cuba plays all their regulars, because they don't need to. Their spot in the championship game is solidified already. And sometimes the team will rest some of its stars, especially the way these players have been just expending so much energy these first 4 days of the tournament. 3 of the first 4 days really hot and sunny. Today, much cooler, cloudier, and from my point of view, much more pleasant. I know the officials agree. I haven't talked to too many players about it, but the level of play, you can just tell on the cooler days, has been a little sharper. Players stay a little crisp. It's only natural that you wear down faster under the blazing hot sun. There's even a nice breeze here. We were joking before the game, the breeze coming off the harbor, blowing out in a traditional baseball sense. Breeze coming from behind home plate. It'd be a good day for real baseball or softball players to hit a home run, but of course that is not the objective here in Baseball 5. You got to get that ball on the ground. Throw to second. And here comes Japan making a move in the bottom of the 4th. Second and third, that's the tying run on second with only 1 out. And if Japan should take a lead here in the bottom of the 4th, then Chinese Taipei would have to score in the top of the 5th to keep the game going. Well, of course, if it was tied, that wouldn't be the case, but Japan can score a few. And there's one, and only one. Great play, double play from Chinese Taipei to preserve the slimmest of leads, 3-2, after 4 complete. Definitely understand the thinking there from Japan. You just don't know when you're going to get that next chance to try and score. Put the pressure on the defense. Make them make that play. A lot of moving pieces there, a lot of ways it can go wrong, but Chinese Taipei with some A+ execution. So it'll be Chinese Taipei looking to pad the lead before Japan takes last licks in the bottom of the 5th. Xie Yu Ying, a standout women's baseball player in WBSC women's baseball competition. She's appeared in 5 separate women's baseball World Cups. She's a shortstop. The Chinese Taipei national team among the best women's baseball teams in the world. She's a top player. Good Baseball 5 player too, though she makes a leadoff out. And then a 1-out single. Chu Yi Ling, left side. Oh, throw to second, offline. And it'll be first and second with just the one out. Cao Jia, the batter for Chinese Taipei with 1 out and 2 on. This is a big at bat. If you're going up against Japan, you can't feel real good about having just a 1-run lead before they bat in the bottom of the 5th. Oshima flips to second, out there, relay to first, not in time. I think Oshima is feeling like she should have applied the tag, but they get the double play anyway. Smart play right there. Would Japan do it any other way? Watch this unfold. There's the out, and on to first. The runner tries to go and runs right into the baseball 5. That's a tough one. Hate to leave that runner stranded on third. We were saying Oshima was frustrated with herself for flipping to second for the first out instead of just running towards first and tagging the runner. That would have been her best way to get a double play. But she, like pretty much everybody here, has those traditional baseball instincts that are kind of hard to unlearn. Let's see what happens. Bottom 5, Kazuda. Safe at first. That one almost went off the wall on the fly. Perfect touch to get it to short hop the wall. And then the hustle. Safe at first. Here's Motoiki. Hard ball off the first baseman. Both runners safe. And look out, Japan can walk off with 2 runs in the bottom of the 5th. If they score just 1, we'll go to extra innings. Timeout taken, Chinese Taipei. They saved it for the bottom of the 5th inning. A chance to regroup and strategize. The expectation here will be that Mio Oshima bunts. That would advance the runners to second and third, put the game-winning run on second base with 1 out. Will Oshima bat? Will we see a pinch hitter? No, she will bat. I don't think she's going to try the pop shot. There's the bunt, first base side, throw to third in time. Outstanding defensive play. That's why you call that timeout. You set up that play right there. Shun Mikami. Don't look for a bunt here. Look for him to drive something up the middle. Maybe on the left side, little extra room. He'll go right side. And win the foot race. Safe at first, bases loaded. Tying run on third, game-winning run on second. A walk-off works the same in Baseball 5 as it does in traditional baseball and softball. You're the home team batting in the bottom of the inning. And you take a lead, that's it. Game over, walk-off win. Rokaku swings up the middle. 1 run scores. Here comes Oshima, the throw home, and she is tagged out. Second out of the bottom of the 5th. Tie game though, 3-3, so at worst, Japan has forced extra innings. A hit here and they win it. It's Ayano Kazuda batting. Ball in play, left side, bobbled, and Japan walks off with a win. 4-3, the final score in set 2. It's a straight set victory to punch a ticket to the World Championship final. There's just some magic with this Japan team. A shame to see it end on an error. That's a ball that Tu Yu Hao normally plays perfectly, but for whatever reason couldn't squeeze it there. And so Japan with the straight set win. And on we go to the last game of the super round between France and Cuba. That'll start 40 minutes from now. Do join us back here at the Central Harbourfront event space in Hong Kong, China, as we play game number 48 of 50. But our championship final is set. It will be Cuba and Japan in a rematch of the 2022 World Championship final.
Representing the home team, the officials of this match are home plate official Alicia Shikoni.
Here's Shichi Tinghua. And safe at first means Chinese Taipei takes a 1-0 lead. And 3. Looking to improve to 2-3 with a win here, but they're about to fall behind in the first inning. Japan takes a 2-1 lead. To get it to Oshima. And another opportunity for Rokaku. Throws kind of a changeup over to first, and that's going to allow a run to score. She didn't really step into that throw. I don't know if she time where they get together and talk it over. Time to regroup and strategize, and a great ball will score 1. Chinese Taipei jumps back on top. Gao Chia-yi swings up the middle. 1 run scores. Here comes Oshima. The throw home, and she is tagged out. Second out of the bottom of the 5th. Tie game, though, 3-3. So at worst, Japan has forced extra innings. A hit here, and they win it. Ball in play, left side, bobbled, and Japan walks off with a win. 4-3, the final score in set 2. It's a straight set victory. And so Japan with the straight set win. And on we go to the last game of the super round between France and Cuba.
呼んできます。
something in your seat. It's not a fluke, it's been tried, I'm the truth. Let's turn out the lights from the world-class weapon crew. I'm still at it, after mathematics. And I'm on the drive-bys and acrobatics. Swapping, sticky green and bad traffic. I didn't go, then I kicked it. The opposite for the mansions all across the world. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got out those streets. It's been the opposite for the mansions all across the world. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got out those streets. It's the DRE. It ain't nothing but whole hot shit. Another classic CD with all the vibe with. Whether you're cooling on the corner, with your fly bitch, lay back in the shack. Play this track, I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still, even colors in the numbers. I'll bring your neck, and you put your face in the lap. Niggas try to be the king of the ace of black. So we get right now, I'm playing. Dr. Dre be the man, still running the game. Still, got it wrapped like a mummy. Still ain't true to love it. Young blacks get money, spend time out the hills, take their moms out the hills, hit my hands off the job. I'm on to the law, barbecues every day, driving fancy cars. Still gonna kick my feet off. I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still, getting kindness in the love. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the street. It's the people representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still, getting kindness in the love. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the people representing for the gangsters all across the world. Still, getting kindness in the love. Still, taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the streets. It's the DRE. Right back up in your motherfucking ass. 9-5 plus 4 figures. Aim that shit up. DRE. Right back up on top of things. Smoke some with your young. No stress, no seeds, no stems, no sticks. Some of that little sticky, yeah. Oh, wait. Put it in your head. Hey. Well, you supposed to be until I'm charged and writing in my book of rhymes, all the words past the margin. You're moving like a problem. Mechanical movement, understandable small shit that murderers deal with. The beat stage, really it like it won't act right. The feet of hip hop has got me stuck like a crack pipe. The mind activation, we got like I'm facing time like Gabby Mason. With things I'm embracing like the 12. My dogs fit the phlegm on the stretch. Swing Tim's while my feet skip myself off the beat. Weather comes in a 6-cab. I'm on terror, I can't call it. The beats make me falling asleep, I keep falling. We're never falling 6 feet deep. I'm out for presidents to represent me. Say why? I'm out for presidents to represent me. Say why? I'm out for presidents to represent me. The world is this. The world is yours. The world is yours. The world is this. The world is yours. The world is yours. The world is this. The world is yours. The world is yours. To my man, God bless your life. To my peoples without plans, God bless your life. I should be watching crazy bitches, naming guns and all my baby bitches. People out in police for strippers that's maybe hitless. Yeah, I'm the now one giving style, rolling foul. The versatile, mighty stick around, golden child, dwelling in the rotten apple. You get tackled, I'm caught by the devil's lasso. Shit is the hassle. There's no days for no days, we sell us for days while all the old folks pray. The hate sleep, so many silver trays. A holy water, odds against odds, it's more than figure the word. Stop in my life, to me, my girl, and my strength. I'm telling stop will be my resurrection. One ain't correction, all the hell shit I did. Put in the right direction. How you look the laws of broken charge, laws of mediocre. You put the coca pain, spit strings and strip over. sports alone, diplomatic, born alone, fly alone. No fool to keep my collar going, I'll keep my style alone. Came inside a thousand miles from home, I need a new nigga. Sports, black, down the follow, cause while it's over me, it's too dark to see tomorrow. Trying to maintain, I flip, fill the clip to the tip. Put you in my boots, 98, can make my heart beat stiff. And I'm amped up, they like the champ up. Even my friends are linked up. Headed for Indiana, stabbing women like the Phantom. The jewels have the big Willie style. Chip the chip too small. Plus I post round now. Stash through the block, roll $100 to like my soul. Walk the blocks with a rock. Check the games plus the games people play. Plus the problems of the world today. Smile, smile, smile. The world is yours. The world is yours. The world is yours. Smile, smile. The world is yours. So
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Central Harbourfront Event Space Hong Kong, China, here on Bohemia Court, for game number 48 of the second edition of the WBSC Baseball5 WorldCup between France and Cuba. Representing the visiting team of France are the starting players.
Number 5, Hasbouer Fabien. Number 8, Lena Salem. Number 7, Nathan Pegu. Number 1, Amina Taleb. Number 5, Jad Uber.
And the rest of the players are
Number 4, Om Burbuka. Number 6, Omar Dioden. Number 2, Luca Deju. The head coach, Steven Levagu, and coach, Lassem Bakamida.
representing the home team of Cuba are the starting players. Number 25, Orlando Amalon Molina. Number 1, Leandri Molina Lewis. Number 67, Christian Pasale Sierra. Number 4, Tyler Gonzalez Goyaso. Number 10, Shakira Martinez. And the rest of the players are number 2, Yen Martinez. Number 8, Elena Raymond. Number 3, Noel Franco Tromen. The head coach, Pablo Terry. And coach, Leonis Salon Marcos. The officials of this match are home plate official Nur Hajar Hamid from Malaysia, first base official Wang Chekyu from Hong Kong, China, second base official Patrick Ng from Hong Kong, China, third base official Brian Miyaki from Kenya, table official Cindy Chen from Hong Kong, China。各位女士、先生們，而家大會即將播放法國國歌，請大家起立並肅立，面向國旗並隨舞致敬。Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of France. 而家即將播放嘅係古巴國歌《The National Anthem of Cuba》。 Please be seated. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome back to Bauhinia Court at the Central Harbourfront event space in downtown Hong Kong, China. We bring you the last game of the Super Round tonight. This is the opportunity for Cuba to remain unbeaten all time at WBSC Baseball 5 World Cups. This is just the second, but Cuba has never lost a game. France is going to try and change that tonight. And France, I think you could say, is the biggest surprise to be in the Super Round, but they have proven that it's no fluke. They belong. A France team that is 2-2 in the Super Round and headed to a bronze medal match tomorrow against Venezuela. Cuba, knowing that they will be in the World Championship final, had the option to rest some of the stars, Briandi, Amador, Basabe, Jaila Gonzalez, who's had an outstanding tournament, but instead of resting the starters, Cuba electing to play everybody as they normally would, as if this game had not been decided. So we'll see what France is able to do. Unfortunately for France, a little bit short-handed today. Lucas Dudieu was injured in yesterday's game and will not return to the tournament. So a shortened bench, and interestingly, France is the team, when you look at the lineups, resting some of the starters. They are keeping Omar Diaden on the bench in this first game. You won't see him in the starting lineup. You'll have Flavien Haslauer leading off, Lena Salam batting second, Nathan Koigu batting third, Amina Taleb batting fourth, and Jade Obar-Cojon batting fifth for a French national team that finished ninth at the last edition of the Baseball 5 World Cup, but has certainly improved by reaching the Super Round, and they will finish no lower than fourth place. Haslauer, though, out on the leadoff play as Briandi looked like he caught it, but made the underhand flip to first, so I'll trust that he knew he didn't catch it before making that underhand toss. And a one-out base runner. Salam reaches for France. They play 3 women, 2 men in the opening set, which means they'll be required to flip it around, play 3 men, 2 women in the second set. The youngster Koigu, who was a part of the France team at the Youth World Cup last year. Look at him zipping it right past Briandi. No fear for Koigu, who I think is probably the best young player at this tournament. Flip to second for the out. Runner coming home. France going to take a 1-0 lead in the top of the first. A few nights ago, we would have been shocked by this development because Cuba so rarely trails, but now they have trailed in 4 consecutive nights at one point or another. Last night, losing for the first time ever in a set. There is young Jade Obar-Cojon, who was also part of the youth team in Turkey last year. A ground out to short, and that ends the first inning, but a productive one for France as they lead 1-0. The regular lineup for Cuba: Orlando Amador, Briandi Molina, Cristian Basabe, Jaila Gonzalez, and Jaquiri Aspiazu. It's still the undisputed Baseball 5 leader. Cuba national team that finds a way every night. Ball here that's going to result in first and second and none out. I think if you're France tonight, especially resting Diaden, if you make it 5 sets, that's got to be considered a win, or rather 5 innings in either set. That's got to be considered a win. Cuba against Venezuela on Tuesday night won 5-4, 3-2 as we take a look at Hyla Gonzalez batting for the first time tonight. She brings in a run and is out at first out of the bottom half of the first inning. That 5-4, 3-2 straight set victory for Cuba over Venezuela Tuesday was as difficult of a straight set victory as you'll ever see. 5-4 in a first set that they trailed early on, and then 3-2 in a second set that they were trailing in the 5th inning. Came from behind, walked it off. That was a heartbreaker for Venezuela. Cuba earlier in the day had trounced Hong Kong. The next day, Cuba against Chinese Taipei won 7-1 and then 2-1. That 2-1 second set was another walk-off. These teams are right there, just chomping at the bit. But only Japan has taken a set, and at that, just 1 set. Briandi drives home a run. Cuba leading in the bottom of the first inning. The bases loaded. And Basabe coming up for the second time in the inning. That center infield position usually manned by Diaden. It's not as if these teams will see each other tomorrow. So I do find it a bit strange that French coaches have decided not to use their best player. Gonzalez goes to third, and it's dropped at first. 6-1, 7-1. France pouring it on here in the first inning. I guess with the injury yesterday to Dieu, France can ill afford to suffer any more injuries. And that has to be part of the thinking, is they really want to go home with medals. And with it guaranteed that they'll at least be playing for a medal. Decide to rest the superstar, and the results showing themselves. 7 runs allowed in the first inning. It's all Cuba as we go to the second. Nice play, Hyla Gonzalez, one of the newcomers to the Cuban national team. Not on the roster in Mexico City 2 years ago, but proven herself to be a force this time around. Two outs. France is going to struggle, I think, tonight against Cuba. Fuegu, he's the biggest weapon in the French lineup. No doubt about it. Briandi to first. Side retired. There are currently 50 teams in the WBSC World Rankings. That's how quickly this sport has grown in just 7 years. Briandi hitting left-handed. And he's going to wind up on second base. That I have not seen before. Oh, we just missed the left-handed pop on that replay, but Briandi usually a big right-handed windup, maybe trying something out ahead of tomorrow night's championship. Japan, no doubt, scouting this game. During the Japan game, the Cuba team sitting right behind their dugout. Japan not quite so close. Eighth run comes in as Hyla Gonzalez comes up. I mean, you can try that backhand no-look flip, but that one not so close. As Gonzalez is going to hit it off the wall, and everybody will be safe. Really interesting. Thought Cuba would rest the starters, but it's France resting the starters tonight. Hard hit ball. And Jado Barco-Jean unable to squeeze it. Normally you'd see Ambre Brouard at first, but Brouard along with Diaden on the bench. And again, perhaps protecting against injury. Only the coaches of each team know the real reasons behind their personnel decisions. We can only speculate, those of us outside the program. You would just think you'd want to go into the final day of the tournament with some positive momentum and a chance to find out if you can beat the undisputed world champions. Peeking ahead at set 2, we will see Diaden and Brouard. So it's just the first set that they're going to rest. But you're going to have a hard time winning a best-of-3 series with your two top players on the bench for the first set. Cuba just going about its business, second and third. Nobody at home. The throw goes to first, and it's going to be 12-1. And now it's going to be 12-2. Or sorry, 13-1. And Basabe runs into an out. First out of the bottom half of the second inning. I mean, it's beginning to look likely that this first set's only going to go 3 innings. Hyla Gonzalez getting loose. She'll try a bunt. Fuego, nice ball to first for the out. He threw a very catchable ball over to first base. And an to end the inning. We'll go to the third, 13-1 Cuba.
Difficult preaching is costly with pleasure. Pleasure in preaching stands for the heart. Something that's similar to music and a measure. Pleasure in the music brings me to heart. How can you see the way you like this song? Because singing and doing are actions for monkeys. Doing hip hop on the road rock and roll. Unless you lay Brewster, because Brewster's the monkey. Parents that don't take much on the hair. Criticizing rap shows you how to pour. Stop looking to the phrases for the dance. And why be the feeling of make stations at your door. As long as I'm a real system, music on set. Live on tour and the days of production. It stands for the inner sound you only know from left. Actually not a trick, the show and our function. Everybody wants to be our DJ, everybody wants to be MC, but we're still at the best, and you don't have to guess. Yeah, so if I see consists of 3, and that's the magic number.
Now some subs coming in for Cuba. We see Yoel Blanco taking over at second base. And Aspiazu is going to be replaced at first at the last minute by Yeliana Oda-Mendez. We do see Oda-Mendez most nights for Cuba. The officials trying to keep up with the changes here. Lieta Zarcia also into the game in place of Gonzalez. So the officials are just going to need to log these changes into the software. And then the game will be ready to resume. Tomorrow's bronze medal game will start at 7 o'clock local time. And sorry about that, 3 o'clock local time. This one starting at 7 o'clock local time. But tomorrow's bronze game starts at 3, the World Championship at 6. And now we are ready to start the third inning. Ball to short, safe at first. It wasn't hit particularly hard, and that actually worked to the advantage for France. Safe. Every play at first base is that close, and these officials, they get it right. They know when the foot's hovering over the base and when it's stomped down. There's a out at second, almost a baseball style 5-4-3 double play, which is one of the rarest plays in Baseball 5. You can just tell that Arcia is a ball player. Gunning that thing to second. And now they get the out at first. Obviously, Cuba's intent, the preference there would have been to get the lead runner, but with a little bit of a fumble. A good job rerouting and getting it over to first to get the hitter, Lena Salam. So France doesn't score, and then Cuba adds 3 in the bottom of the third. That'll be it for the first set, and we will move on to the second set. The throw home, they will score. Good on you, France. 13-2. And runner on third. Ball over to first, and that'll end the top of the third. So now Cuba needs 4 if they're going to end it in 3. We'll find out. Amador safe to start the inning. I have a feeling we might see the 4 runs Cuba needs to end it in 3. Cuba has not won a single set in 3 innings yet. This one has all the makings of it. gets it out, gets to second base safely. That's going to be Blanco. Blanco blasting it up the middle. Nice play there. There's the first. 14-2. Hold on. Blanco is called out in the home plate square. So the runners reset, and it's not a run on the board. Instead, it's the first out. Now the run's going to score, and it'll be second and third. A poor decision by Haslauer. He had it in his hand. He could have just taken a couple steps over and touched first base. Instead, he waited for a teammate to go cover the bag. Missed opportunity. And with one swing, it could become 16-2 Cuba. The batter is Oda Mendez. Hard hit off of Juego. 15-2. That was one where he might have wanted to get out of the way. Probably would have gone off the wall on a fly. If Amador reaches, that'd be a huge plus. There it is, 16-2. Game-winning run, stands on second. France, for whatever reason, choosing not to be competitive in the first set tonight. Resting some of their regular starters. Funny way to tune up for the championship. For Cuba, they just have to play the hand they're dealt. So they're just doing their business the way they would. But for France, tuning up for the bronze, they'll have to really get something going as Briandi is out. I think he was short of the no-hit line. Trying to bunt it. Runners will reset. It feels like it always comes down to this when you're talking about the run ahead rule. If the team's ahead by 15 or more after 3 innings, then it's game over. We'll find out. Safe at first, throw home, and there it is. A 15-run lead for Cuba. That is set one, 17-2. It's all over. And that's a wrap on the first set. We'll take a short break, come back with set 2, where we will see a more regular France lineup. We'll see if it provides a closer score. For this second set, we will get a look at the more regular rotation for France. Omar Diaden leads off, out at first. You can see the faces of the French players after that first set drubbing, and there's just not a lot of positive energy in that first base side dugout. We'll see how it turns around here. Diaden, then Haslauer, Lena Salam bats third, Claygo fourth, and Umbra Brouard batting fifth. Haslauer, nice job finding a hole on the left side. For Cuba, the only change from Game 1 lineup is that Otamendes replaces Basabe in the field and in the 3 slot in the order. Dropped at second, so something going for France. Well-placed ball up the middle. Potential go-ahead run at first. This is more of what we were expecting in that first set. And now you see Brouard. She was doing some sprints to get ready right before this started. But she lines out to short, or does she? Catch was made. It was just a question of which official called it. And there's the call. That ends the top of the first inning. France leaves 2 on. That was the catch. Amador was just throwing it over there to keep the arm loose. A look at how the defense changes with Diaden in the middle. Going to go on the left side. A hand on it, but that's all. Those 2 on the left side are going to have to really show up here if France is going to get in this game. Through Brouard at first. Everybody's going to be safe, including the first run, then a throw, and a nice job recovering there by Haslauer, makes the tag on Briandi. So Cuba gets the first run. France gets the first out. One nothing Cuba. Hyla Gonzalez, a little smile before she gets going. A bobble, and because of that, no throw. Here's Shakira Aspiazu. Probably the best defensive first baseman in this tournament. Ball up the middle. She's probably lucky that it didn't turn into an out. Anytime you hit it up the middle with a runner on first, there's a good chance if it gets by that pitcher's position, center fielder. I really want to come up with the Baseball 5 term for that center diamond player. Maybe we'll go with center cut. Run score. So if you get it by the center cut, oftentimes there's a fielder waiting with a foot on second base. In that case there was, but the play just wasn't made. And so this could balloon turn into a big inning for Cuba. Bases loaded for Briandi. You saw Ruad react. That one hurt her hand. Briandi's been clocked over 100 kilometers per hour. I have not seen a player all week react like that after getting hit by a line drive. That shows you how hard Briandi hits it. Man, that's something. That's a smash. But a good recovery by France. They get the out. Holy mackerel. Left side, underhand, a softer toss, and Ruad handles it to end the first inning. So Cuba with 3, France coming up in the second. A couple of substitutions for Cuba before we start the second inning. And one of the new defenders, that's Arcia, is greeted rudely. That one smashed right at her. There is Arcia playing third base now. And out at second, Diaden retired. Arcia came in for Espiazu, so that moves Oda Mendez over to first, getting her a few reps over at first base. Salam to first. And a bang-bang play. They get the out. There we go, nicely placed. 1 run scores and 2. This kid's got some heart. He's got a really good feel for the game of baseball 5. And there's the run scoring. It's Heslauer. Ruad with a runner on second, lines to third for the out. It was just 1 for France, but a big one. 3-1 game. Closing out our super round on this Friday night. Hong Kong, China hosting the WBSC Baseball 5 World Cup. So by the time the 3rd edition of the World Cup is played in 2026, it will have been on 3 continents, starting in North America and Mexico, then on to Asia here in Hong Kong. It'll be in Europe. 26, nice grab. Go to his right. Nice play. First at bat for Leonis Arcia in this second set. Right up the middle at Dioden. If you're going to attack him up the middle, you want to go low. Go around the ankles. How seriously Cuba's taking this game. We talk a lot about how Japan smiling throughout. And it's not like it's a Cuba team that doesn't smile. They have a lot of reason to smile. They win a lot. And they do have fun doing it, but they're all business tonight. Not wanting to mess around. Briandi, there's where you go against the Dioden. Make the big man go down low. Not to say you're always going to get it by him. With the chase over to third, the extra base for Briandi. Big spot here. France trying to get out of this second inning without allowing a run, and safe. Almost. Amador was just jogging down the third base line. He may have thought the ball was caught. Look at you see him just watching the play. Great hustle. Oda Mendez safe. And now Hyla Gonzalez. She drive in another. It's a bunt. It's a throw to first in time. Good job by both players avoiding the collision on top of that. So a really nice defensive inning from France. They only give up one. There's the smile from Cuba. Yikes. Oh, close call. 4-1 our score at set 2. It was a 3-inning, 15-run victory for Cuba in the first set. Dioden's going to go to short. Amador not in time to first, so a leadoff single for France. This is a competitive matchup we were expecting. Great camera shot right there. And back-to-back hits for the French national team. Maybe Dioden didn't play in the first set because he was getting the arm artwork done. Joining a number of players and officials who are visiting with some of the artists. It's not a tattoo, but it is body art nonetheless that are over by the front gate. They are incredibly talented. As you see, a foul ball for the first out of the inning. Tough way for France to go down with the first out. Kind of squashes the momentum. Explodes off a Cuba player out of the court. Again, it's Clango. And this time it loads the bases. Off Briandi's arm and out of play. If Briandi lets that go by him, then there's a pretty good chance that Amador makes a play up the middle. And now you can see how Cuba's taking this very seriously. They realign the defense. bring everybody in. Hyla Gonzalez playing second base. Catch made. The throw. Bobbled. The throw home. Off the back of Diaden. So they get the out at third. But a run on the board. Is it one or two that scores? A good recovery, and then the throw goes off the back. Haslauer scored, but should he go back to third? That's the question. No. It's going to be a two-run play. France is within one. Diaden batting. 4-3. Throw to first. In time. That would have tied it. Instead, Cuba is going to maintain the advantage going into the bottom of the third where they can build. Out at first. Wouldn't it be something if France can take this second set and force a third set? Maybe that was the plan all along. Lull Cuba into a false sense of security by allowing them essentially to win with a blowout in 3 innings in the first set, resting some of the regulars, and then take care of business in set 2 and maybe sneak one in set 3. Look at this, 2 up, 2 down. Can Briandi change the flow of momentum? He has to reach, or else we go to the 4th and France can get right back to work trying to equalize or maybe take a lead. For a second, Briandi not even slowing down, finds himself at third base. I love that play. Instead of trying to come to a hard stop at second, watch this. The throw goes to second. Briandi knows it's coming, but instead of stopping and allowing the tag, he just keeps on running and goes to third. That's a really smart play. Mendez spanks it, left side, safe at first, and Briandi makes it 5-3. Cuba. Great call at first base. She was safe. Great hustle. Gonzalez needs a hit to extend the third. That's what she does, delivers a hit. Lieres Arcia. Oh, what a great ball. Over the head of Diaden, over the head of Taleb at second. And that is a true double. I think you can count on one hand the number of true doubles at this World Cup. Oftentimes, if you wind up in second, starting in the batter's box, it's because of some sort of miscue by the fielders. Nuh-uh, not right there. And it's Amador now. Good recovery by Haslauer. Instead of dwelling on the fact that he didn't make the initial play, he was ready to take the throw. Look at that. You see frustration that he couldn't field the line drive, but then elation as he makes the tag to end the inning. Big one, though, for Cuba. Just after France pulled within 1, Cuba extends the lead to 4. It's a largest lead so far in set 2 for Cuba after winning by 15 in set 1. Haslauer to lead off. Out at first, how about it, Briandi? And look at the great camaraderie among the Cuba teammates. I love seeing that. Anytime you make a good play, everybody gets some love. More routine play. The second out to get Salam. Tough order here for the Cuba defense if they want a perfect inning with Juego. I mean, he's got to have one of the highest batting averages in the tournament. Foul ball to end the top of the fourth. Bruard, I think, saw Briandi jump, and it forced her to pull it wide of that third base line. Probably the last time we'll see Cuba's offense until the World Championship. They're coming up in the bottom of the fourth with a 4-run lead. Then it's on to the fifth, and I don't think there's a very high probability that we'll get to a bottom of the fifth inning. But you gotta hand it to France. They have showed up here in set 2, showed what they're capable of. They are hanging tough. Yelena Oda-Mendez after Briandi reaches to lead off. All right, Gonzalez is going to start from the far corner. And then bunt, reading the defense. Everybody was way deep on that side of the infield. Haslauer just couldn't make a play. 3 guys over on that side, but nobody covering the base. You don't often see signs in Baseball 5. There is strategy, but I'm talking about the rub the arm, tap the cap, tap the shoulder like you see from a third base coach in baseball or softball. One team that's the exception to that, Hong Kong, China, they had a full set of signals coming from the dugout. Hong Kong's going to improve. We should add the host nation finished 12th in Mexico City in 2022. They will finish 10th place in 2024. That's what year it is. And you got to give them a lot of credit. They were in a tough group, survived group play, and then you kind of break this tournament down into 4 categories, I think, among the 12 teams. You've got the 4 teams left standing in the finals. The final day, I guess. You got Cuba and Japan playing for the World Championship, France and Venezuela playing for the bronze. Those 4 teams stand out. Then you've got a little second group with Chinese Taipei and Mexico. Time called, so Gonzalez will go back to third. A trio of Lithuania, Tunisia, and China, who all finished with identical records, 4-4 overall in the tournament, 4-1 in the placement round. That is a definite group of its own. And then the bottom three of Hong Kong, China, South Africa, and Australia. Hong Kong, China going 10th, South Africa going 11th, and Australia, the only team at this tournament to not win a game. France throwing it around a little bit here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. And now it's 10-3 Cuba. Gonzalez to second, and that'll send us to the 5th. It's going to be a steep climb for France if they're to come back tonight in the last inning of the Super Round. We'll see what happens next. You see, Cuba's really just poured it on consistently. 3, 3, 4, 3, not big innings, but 3 solid offensive outings. And we'll start the 5th at the top of the France lineup with Omar Diadem. Omar and Briandi, less than 13 meters from another. There's a lot of power there. And Briandi dives, gets past him. Probably a good thing for Cuba that he didn't touch it, because Amador able to make the play. And France down to the last out. And it's on to the final 2 games of this Baseball5 World Cup. Just a miss hit there by Haslauer. He's had a nice night. Got to give him a lot of credit. Showing up in both sets. How about it, Briandi? Snatching it out of the air to end it in style for Cuba. An 11-3, very efficient victory. Cuba needs just 8 innings to win 2 sets tonight. They win 17-2 and back it up 11-3. And that's how the Super Round comes to an end. Cuba is 8-0. France 2-3 in the Super Round. They will finish in 4th place and take on Venezuela for the bronze medals tomorrow, 3 in the afternoon. And then the World Championship rematch between Cuba and Japan at 6 o'clock local time. It'll be sunset. It'll be beautiful. The crowd's going to be huge. The breeze coming off Victoria Harbor. It's all going to be there as the night sky of Hong Kong, China lights up behind us. We hope you'll join us. We thank you for joining us today as we finished up the placement round and the Super Round on a fun Friday from the waterfront. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Representing the home team of Cuba are the starting players. The officials of this match are home plate officials.
Probably the best young player at this tournament. Look to second for the out. Runner coming home. France going to take a 1-0 lead in the top of the first. A few nights ago, we would have been shocked by this development because Cuba so rarely. It's not as if these teams will see each other tomorrow. So I do find it a bit strange that French game over. We'll find out. Safe at first, throw home, and there it is. A 15-run lead for Cuba. That is set one, 17-2. It's all over. Right through Broad at first. Everybody's going to be safe, including the first run, then a throw, and a nice job recovering there by Haslauer. Makes the tag on Briandi. You saw Broad react. That one hurt her hand. Briandi's been clocked over 100 kilometers per hour. And it's Amador now. Good recovery by Haslauer instead of, and then the World Championship rematch between Cuba and Japan at 6 o'clock local time. It'll be sunset. It'll be beautiful. The